But it worth it at the end of the day because there was a conversation in the room and people were able to ask questions and participate. So the first part of that panel discussion discussed more in the area of understanding the status of national associations of sign language interpreters in countries. And we have Cameroon, we have Gambia, we have Ethiopia, we have Senegal, and so many other countries that came on the panel. And one issue also remains so profound in what it was discussed on the panel, that one, yes, there are challenges, two, yes, there are solutions, and three, we need to be creative around our solutions. Finally, we're able to talk about best practices, and we were told that once upon a time, so many make speeches, or they are able to make conversation known to us that WASLI is a global organization, and WASLI wants everyone to be part of it. According to the president, it's not just a national association, it's not just about the board, but it's about all of us as individuals. We are the ones that made up the whole body called WASLI. And so we are requested to at least put hands together and support what WASLI is doing. And we are able to hear so much about the work that the vice president is doing around the deaf-blind community, and a very amazing job. And also the deaf interpreters training, which is done by the deaf advisor as well. We have been able to see our regions and two regional representatives, Aisha and Telma, were introduced so that you will know them during, sorry, and Leonida, not Telma. Yes, sorry, the two of them always confused me because we always have meeting between us. So Leonida, we think as National Association, these are your contact persons. You can always reach out to them. And finally, the board expressed also told us that this conference looks very amazing with the people that we have in the room. Then we have another presentation from Anika, and that presentation was really also very captivating, and it's a trending issue within the sphere of interpretation, which is the IS interpretation, and she explained to us from her background, engagement, and also put in touch to so many countries, making contact with so many signs also that motivated her thinking about the international sign. And she talks about the influence of international sign, you know, across the system and structure of the global body of sign language profession. And that's alone is for the deaf people, so that they will be able to interact together with colleagues from other countries without having any barrier, because in such doing, it will create a lot of opportunities and so many other things like that. So this is just a summary of what happened yesterday, and we look forward to what is going to happen.
Thank you very much, Timothy. A round of applause to him, please. A round of applause. This session, I invite Leonida Kaula to give us an overview of the conference. Please join me in warmly welcoming her. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Africa. Good to see you this morning. My name is Leonida Kaula. I am from Kenya, and I am also the regional representative, as introduced yesterday. And I am here to do the overview and, set the stage for this conference. Okay, so our overview for this conference is what I am doing today. Our theme was advancing sign language interpreting as a tool of inclusivity in Africa. And in our program, we have presentations, we've had panel discussions and interactive workshops. And we also have poster presentations like later today in the afternoon, and we also have networking sessions that are not necessarily really formal, but during our breaks or during our meals, we can have those sessions. So this conference, as we were thinking of the theme, it's a theme that carries a lot of weight in various ways. We will be talking about areas like the role of sign language interpreters in various settings. We will also be talking about interpretation in mental health and healthcare. You agree with me that that is something, that is an area that is very new in our continent. And we'll be hearing more about what is happening in relation to sign language interpreting in that setting. Also, we will be talking about interpreter education in Africa. I think yesterday it was reiterated the importance of interpreter education, and as we continue to have sessions today and tomorrow, that's another area that we'll be talking about. During our interactive workshops, we will also be talking about collaboration with deaf and deafblind communities, policy and advocacy for sign language rights, and as well as professionalization of the interpreting field. That is mainly the reason that we are here, professionalization of the sign language interpreting field, particularly in our region. That is what we need to have at the back of our mind. Next slide, please. We are here, our being here is an opportunity for connection. Connecting with professionals or colleagues from other parts of the world, sharing our experiences, and finding networks that we can collaborate to develop our profession in our respective countries. We are also building partnerships across regions and learning from regional and international colleagues or professionals. And then we have community engagement. The workshops that we have talked about, we already had one yesterday about international sign. And in our recently in our region, they were keen on yesterday's presentation. I think you learned a lot from the presenter about what it is all about. And then we also have the social events for the gala dinner to strengthen our relationships, our collaboration, and our networking. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, we are all here from various countries, and we recognized countries yesterday, and I'm hoping that every country was recognized. If your country was not recognized, you can raise up your hand, we will recognize you today. As interpreters, yesterday I did mention about the African story, how many people got into interpreting. Each one of us, regardless of where you come from, has a story how they became interpreters. Some of them may have been a deaf family member, some of them it may be through a friend, some of them and others may have actually seen other interpreters working and desired to be part of that field. So each one of us has a story how we got into this profession. And that story financial gain may not have been the motivation. You started in this field with the desire to serve, and then as you continued serving the deaf community, it led to fulfillment. And ultimately, you found a career. Next slide. So what began maybe as a calling, or for whatever reason you got into the profession, became a career. And we have continued to pursue that career in sign language interpreting, and it has been a livelihood. And like all other professions, it requires recognition by our governments and fair compensation for the work that we do. Just like any other profession, all other professions that require recognition and fair compensation. So what may have begun as a story or by a coincidence becomes our livelihood and ultimately our career that needs to be recognized as a profession. Next slide. Yesterday we had discussions with the panels here, and we listened to three different panels from different countries. And they shared their experiences of what is happening in their country. And the last panel particularly have had the profession recognized in their countries. What are some of the things that we picked from those presentations? They may have been brief, but what are some of the things that we picked? I remember Maureen from the Uganda Association of Sign Language Interpreters asked a question that their government is asking. For them to be asking that question, they have already recognized that sign language interpreting is a profession in Uganda. That is my understanding. And I think the reason is that Uganda has a training program for sign language interpreters in a university, and it is government. That is something for us to think about and to emulate in our countries, because it gives us the example that if we have established interpreter training programs in our countries, then that is the path to recognition, is likely to be the path to the recognition. It comes with, once you have done research, then you have evidence-based advocacy. You can advocate with your governments for recognition with evidence. And then strong professional associations. And I'm glad we have deaf people in this forum. Most of the advocacy for the sign language interpreting profession will only succeed when strong interpreting associations and deaf associations are working together. So that collaboration between the two associations is very important. And as we are here, as interpreters, we need to carry that with us back home in our respective countries, see how we are going to have one voice together with the deaf associations so that we can advocate with the government for interpreting programs and for structured recognition of sign language interpreting. So I think we can use the best practices that were shared and that you will share with the different delegates from various countries to start something in our country. Start thinking of how we are going to establish this. What will be our path to recognition as professionals in our respective countries? I am aware that the context can be very different for us in the African region, and even the region itself. Each country may have a very unique context. But I'm giving us a challenge as leaders or as professionals in the field to go back and sit together as interpreters and also with the deaf community and see what is the best way for us as a country to approach recognition of sign language interpreting and fair compensation for our work. Because Fair compensation is a result of recognition. So once you are recognized, be discussed after you have been recognized. Next slide, please. So why are we here, Afsli? We are here to share our experiences from the region and even from those who have come to be part of us in this conference, to build networks, learn from each other, and strengthen collective voice. That's the main point that I was talking about, that we need a collective voice among us as Africans, the region of Africa, but also individual countries need a collective voice of interpreters collaborating with the deaf community and doing advocacy together. That is the only way we will make. So our shared goal as Afsli is to advocate for recognition of our profession. If by the time we leave this conference, I really hope that every delegation that is represented here will leave thinking of what are we going to do as a country to begin the journey of recognition. Begin thinking of strategies. What are some of the strategies that can work in our unique situation, in our context, to direct us to the path of recognition in our country? Begin thinking about that, and we continue those conversations as well in our social media forums for those countries that did not attend this conference, and let's encourage each other to start working towards recognition. And as I said, professional recognition will likely resort to fair remuneration of sign language interpreters. And when we talk about, I know the issue of remuneration was discussed yesterday briefly. One of the ways that people are fairly remunerated, I'm not sure about other countries, it might be the case, but in my country, they are very particular about certification. So when you can present your certification, you can prove that you have been trained in this field and that you deserve this amount of money. So usually any profession will be compared with another, in quotes. People will look at, for example, this is a teacher. They trained as a teacher for this number of years. They are at this level, so they need to be compensated this much. This is a lawyer. They have been trained for these years. They need to be compensated this much. So our challenge is, what do we have for those countries that really value papers or certificates? What do we have to advocate for fair remuneration and prove to the government that we deserve what we need to be paid? That's our challenge. When we do our job, we know that we need to be compensated fairly. But there are certain structures in some of the countries where we come from that sort of may hinder fair compensation for your work. So what are some of the things that we can do to ensure that we overcome those challenges and we are fairly compensated? And our shared goal also is working within our respective countries. What I'm explaining about coming together to see what you can do in your local context about fair remuneration, it also includes doing many other things to build your association or to build your profession. When we think about fair compensation, it must not go unaccompanied by quality service. So we need to be thinking about what can we do to provide quality service, better services to the deaf community, even as you pursue fair compensation. Those two need to go hand in hand. What are we doing to become better interpreters who can provide a good accessibility for the deaf community? And then we are also here because we want to build a strong and unified continental movement. I had not met, I met someone from Senegal. We have not met physically before, only on WhatsApp. Somebody from Malawi, somebody from Swatini. We, physically here, we are coming together to build a unified continental movement. And I think the fact that we have come together, even our social media forums will be more vibrant, and people will participate even more than they used to participate before. That is our hope, that now we see what we are doing. You have seen with your own eyes what we have been trying to do through our social media forums. And we really hope these forums can continue, because conversations that are done face to face mean a lot. And perhaps that's partly the reason the CPC, the planning committee, will agree with me. That is the reason why we insisted on a physical conference, not a virtual conference. Next slide, please. So recognition comes with responsibility, commitment to professional ethics. That is something in our respective. I really hope that every country here has a code of ethics. If you do not have one, that is a beginning point, and we are there to support you, at least to come up with a code of ethics for your country, for sign language interpreters. Continuous development. As I mentioned, countries are very unique situations, and depending on where you are, there are small ways that you can do professional development. Even without an established interpreter training program, there are small steps that you can take to develop yourselves as interpreters. Now, our collaboration with WASLI, for example, those people who have traveled for conferences, there are some leaders of interpreters in the African region that have made connections during WASLI and have asked people to conduct online trainings on specific topics. So you can take advantage of that. You organize your interpreters in your country, and then speak with someone who is from another country and may have something to offer or something that you want to learn, and then have a Zoom or Google Meet. And then you can be trained, or they can do a presentation on the area that you want. In this, this global village, really, when the online meetings, online interactions, e-meeting has made it so easy for us to acquire knowledge from globally, from anywhere in the world, and from people who we would otherwise not meet. So we can take advantage of that, and that's why the networking here is very important. You can find someone here who can conduct an 1 hour or 2 hour session for your interpreters in your country in a topic that you are interested in. And then we are here also to ensure that we do what we can to provide quality interpreting services to deaf people. Next slide. Now, beyond this conference, this is not the end of our conference, but it's the beginning. We will continue conversations about, this conference as we even plan for future ones. We will continue collaborations within us as a continent and together with our other partners globally, some of whom are advanced in this profession. And perhaps individually as countries, like I've said, and also as a continent, we need to come up with actions. What are the next actions that we want to do? Because we don't want this to die down with this conference. We have just started. We need a vibrant movement that keeps going. Yesterday, I think it was Christopher, he spoke and said, Christopher Stone, Professor Stone, said that Afsli has been there for 30 years, did he say? 30 years or so. They may have begun just like we've begun, but they have sustained it. Start thinking, what can we do to sustain this momentum? And it is not an individual to sustain this. It's not Thelma, it's not Timothy, it is us. It takes a lot of work to plan a conference, and it's very important for us to be part of to be part of the dream. Next. So what's our vision for future as Afsli? From where I sit, I see we are looking at sign language interpreting recognized as a profession in Africa and well established as a profession in our respective countries. Because we are in careers that are our livelihoods, and we need them to be sustainable. So sustainable careers for sign language interpreters. And then, most importantly, as we speak about sustainable career, fairly compensated, we need to think about quality service for the deaf community. My final remark would be, as we look at the recognition of sign language interpreting in Africa, as we talk about establishing respected professions, and I know we admire many professions that are very respected, and would like to get to that level, we understand and know we do a good job, but we need to work together to see how actually we can be recognized for the work that we do. But that comes with hard work. It comes with us thinking what are the individual steps for every country to ensure that we have structured programs that drive the government to recognize us and ultimately fair compensation. So the conversation of remuneration of sign language interpreters has been going on for a while. And when you pick from countries that have advanced in that, Anika yesterday also did ask a question about South Africa. Why, was it her who asked? Oh yeah, it was her who asked why South Africa has more IS interpreters. And you remember that discussion. One of the response was they also have interpreter training programs. And they also have an accrediting body, a body that accredits sign language interpreters. Now, when you have those two, nothing would stop a government from recognizing your work. So that is a foundation, the foundation we need to advocate with our government to recognize us. So when we want good pay, and we would like to give good service of deaf people, we must do the groundwork of how do we get there? What do we need to do to get there? So I'm throwing this challenge to all of you. Every country, go sit back as interpreters, discuss based on your context, what do we need to do? Collaborate with the deaf community, begin your advocacy with the government, or make the small steps that you can start doing right now to start developing your profession in your country at your level. And with that, I say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Now, my core Africa regional representative, who will give a presentation on the role of the Africa regional representative. And then thereafter, I will come back very briefly just to explain how the representative is elected, present about.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So I have my watch on, I have my ring on, I have no blazer, which indicates that I'm not being an interpreter right now. My cap of being an interpreter is off for now as I do this presentation. We try to be known. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen at times. WASLI they don't know what's going on in Africa. Hence, we have the regional representatives. And these people are responsible to go out into the world and engage with WASLI, tell them what Africa needs, and tell them what different African countries have a desire for on the African continent. So the representative is responsible to connect and also to provide support, right? And we know that countries have different cultures, and it's important that the regional representative explains the culture and the nuances on the African continent so that people in the West or around the world know what's going on the African continent and also can understand how best to support African countries. And hence I was selected together with Leonida. Leonida is the hearing representative and I am the deaf representative, but there's nothing really that differentiates us. Both of us are actually representatives working together to represent the African continent. So both of us have this role to show and to communicate with WASLI on what countries need on this side. So it's not that I just go out there and show face. There's a lot of work that is needed, and there's a lot of engagements that are done on this platform. We do know that there's a lot going on. The world, there's war, there's a lot of disasters going on, and this is why it's important that we show from an African perspective what we need and what is desired on our side. So it is a lot of work, and the election, where the different roles that a regional representative from Africa is responsible to do. So whenever there are meetings or conferences, we are responsible to disseminate this information to countries as well. We shouldn't just keep this information to ourselves, and that's why we organize conferences and we organize workshops with people and citizens in our countries. So at times, what we also do, we indicate to WASLI the fact that some of the material or some of the times might not be applicable or suitable for an African context. So that's why we also are responsible to give reports as to what might be suitable or what might not be suitable on an African context. And this report enables WASLI to feel, to know what's going on the African continent. So we're not isolated. We work a lot with WASLI and countries that we are in. We are also responsible to work with various interpreting different regions, the African region, Asian region as well. What we're also doing is we provide insights and shared support across different regions. We have engagements, and we know that whatever we discuss within the regions, we make sure that unfortunately there's not a lot of funding or capacity. So what we do is we ask WASLI for support and capacity as well. We know that various countries don't have interpreting associations. So what we do is we various non-government organizations, federations, and now it's important that we also work with Afsli. Ooh, I don't want to mention this now. I'm sure you see there that there's the Afsli acronym. I don't want to give the sign as yet. I think the deaf interpreters themselves and the deaf people need to come up with a new sign for Afsli. I think during the break, maybe, or just before lunch, we will get together as deaf delegates and deaf interpreters to discuss the sign for Afsli. What we also want is we want various countries to work together and also to ensure that culture and contexts are made aware to WASLI and the global community. We want to ensure that African perspectives, languages, and cultural contexts are represented at WASLI, and also to promote the respect of linguistic diversity and local practices across the continent as well. And this is why there are various speakers here to share their experiences. And just looking in the room, right, I see there are lots of leaders here that we can work with, leaders that we can share this journey with, because we don't want to be working alone, because it is quite isolating. We need you to be on this journey with us so that we can all advocate together to bring upon better change. So if any of you are eager to work with the regional representatives, please do come and let me know. And if there are any further questions, we can engage further in the breaks during the day. So thank you. I might have signed fast, and I do apologize. Thank you for watching my presentation.
Thank you, Ayesha, for your beautiful, beautiful presentation. Such a lively and strong presentation. I think everyone has understood the role of Africa Regional Representative, and I'm just here very briefly to explain how the African region identifies or elects the leader. So usually, someone who runs for the position of Africa Regional Rep is someone from the region. You have to be from Africa for you to run for that position. And you can be nominated by your country to be the representative. And then in our social, particularly our WhatsApp group, where we have interpreters from the African region, that's where you campaign. You put your manifesto there, what you're going to do when you become the Africa Region Rep. And you also convince presidents of various countries to support you to vote for you. So once you have shared your agenda and we have identified all the people that are vying, we have, not in a structured way, had two people who have been running the elections, which is usually Timothy and Natasha. And Natasha is the one who oversees that there is fairness in it. So they have conducted those elections over the years. And once they have identified the person, then they introduce the person to the group. Now, these elections happen every 4 years. Like just before we go for WASLI conference, you have to be nominated by your country. You do your campaigns in the WhatsApp group, and then we conduct the elections. And after just before we go for WASLI, so next year, 2027, we will be conducting elections for the Africa Regional Representative. Currently, and we are looking, Ayesha said that very clearly. When she looks around, she can see leaders, and there are many, many young leaders that I can see, and I'm looking forward to seeing people, coming up to stand with Africa and say that they will represent Africa for WASLI. That's how people grow in leadership. And we were having a discussion, and we were saying we are looking at young emerging leaders who can come and take these positions and drive the next agenda. One may seek, once you have served for 4 years, you may seek re-election, and I think it's only one more term you can serve, and then you cannot seek re-election. And I am here to tell you, I will not be seeking re-election because there are young leaders that I can see in the room. Step up, Africa, step up, young leaders. and start thinking of how you are going to serve these continents. Do you have any question about the election process? Any question about the election process? Yes, please.
It's not a question per se, but I wanted to make a proposal. Like right now, we are using Afsli platform to meet, engage, network, and all that. But then why don't we use this platform as a mechanism first for a collective accountability across our profession? Like when we come together, we make it something like a biannual or an annual conference. Then when we come together, we listen to different case studies from different countries on the progress they've made so far on professionalizing the profession in their respective countries. Hearing from the various nations will encourage other people to move faster. You know, it will be like an accountability mechanism. Then secondly, we can also have a conference just before, not necessarily for 2027, because now it is right now that we are getting clarity on how African reps are elected and all that. But then moving forward, we can have an Afsli conference just before the Wasli conference and use that platform to carry out the elections. We campaign, maybe through the WhatsApp, yes, just moving towards the conference, but then when we come to the Afsli conference like this one, then now we can conduct our elections, we select our Afsli rep, then when we go to Wasli, we already have it. And that will be an official way, it's more structured.
I will very briefly respond to what you have said. Now, one, at the end of this conference, there is a questionnaire that, that has been prepared for you to respond to, and it has a question: how often do you think we should have conferences? You will respond in that questionnaire. That is one. Secondly, planning a conference is not a walk in the park. I have heard the voices that I was working with, because they know the work that went behind the scenes to prepare this conference. So to say that we will prepare another conference next year unless you are preparing and calling us.
Not necessarily
But that
next
said,
year.
But that said, I understand your desire to have a conference, but I propose an easier way of doing it. We have Zoom we can plan Zoom meetings and have these discussions. And I want to throw this challenge to every person from Africa represented here, every delegate. When we have Zoom meetings, the attendance is usually very low, lower than the physical meetings. Can we make use of our social media platforms to do a lot of things and save ourselves money and time? So we will know how often Afsli will be meeting, and we will have a process of even election for Afsli. Those things will.
Okay, just to also reiterate, Afsli is not yet registered. It's not legally registered. So Afsli is just an idea that we are all nurturing, because what African Union will look at in you is your legal registration. Once you approach them, they will ask you, where is your certification, where is your this and that. So we have to do that first. After we have done that, registered with African Union, we'll register with SADC, register with ECOWAS, register with the East African Commission, Development Commission, register with so many of those entities. First of all. Then there is a need for us to also develop a strategic plan, so that anybody that is coming into the office, you know what is the plan we have from that time you enter the office to our next 4 years. So in that strategic 4-year strategic plan, you will now be able to bring out your 1-year work plan from the 4-year strategic plan. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to election, the caretaker committee needs to put a regulation for election, because election is a separate process. from this other process, because it's a process of electing those that will be leaders in that position. I wasn't elected. I was nominated as caretaker. But anybody that will come after me, that person needs to go through the process of election. Do you understand? For fairness. Do you understand? Good. So after we have done election, then you go into normal work that you're supposed to do within the region. We can always support you from the back. We can always serve as advisories from the back, as people that have started it, and we can always work from the back end. Do you understand what I'm saying? Please, I am begging you. Many of you come to conferences and go back home without sharing information. You hold information to yourself. You will die with it. I am telling you, you will die without a legacy. When you go home, whatever you have learned here, please do a step down to the members of your association. Let's not go back home and we are trying to, like Leonida talk about the issue of WhatsApp meeting and other things like that. Please, let's not do that. I've met people in conferences, and those people in conferences, 2011 are meeting, since 2011 I'm meeting them now. I have tried to reach out to them, they are not responding. Please, let's stop that attitude. We are going to the next session. Just hold on with your question.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. You know what? We each hold a unique piece of the solution. But together, we build an engine that drives innovation, inclusion, and success. Individually unique, but collectively unstoppable. Another round of applause to the team. Thank you very much, the team. We now proceed to the next session on the impact of South Africa Sign Language interpreters in mental health. Please join me in welcoming Thelma Kodze. Come forward. A round of applause. Thank you. Welcome.
So, yeah, that's okay. So don't just be like so serious. I know that team just do a lot of, but because we want the profession to go a little bit up. So it's my pleasure to introduce the presenter of today. She became my best friend. Like, for organizing a lot of things, we were just meeting each other, and I want really to say that it's really important to meet. It's really important to come across this kind of event, to meet people, to enjoy people, to discover different type of people. So today we will have a presentation about the impact of sign language, South African sign language on people. We will do by Thelma. So Thelma has been a South African sign language interpreter for over 3 decades, but she still looks young. So, yeah. And has interpreted various settings from education to health and legal across Africa and in legal media. She obtained her SATI accreditation as simultaneous sign language, South African Sign Language interpreter in 2004. So as we were saying that a lot of time before, they had already had in South Africa an accreditation system. And hold a master's degree in interpreting from the University of Wheatland. So she also have a master's degree, so she just have a lot. She has a master's degree in interpreting, she have a master's degree in counseling. And Thelma is a founder of South, a master's degree in counseling. And Thelma is a founder of Soutic, which has been operating since 2000. She got the accreditation 1 year after she created her own organization. She just spread access across South Africa. Well done. And so she obtained her WFD Afsli accreditation as International Sign Interpreter in 2023. And she enjoyed challenge in working in international setting space with IS. She's a trainer for South African Sign Language interpreter and numerous courses about interpretation, about supporting the profession, and hopefully in future maybe also about international sign interpreting for African country. So let me really introduce and a round of applause for my best friend, Thelma.
Yeah, first of all, let me just greet everyone. I can sign, but I've opted to use English because I know how difficult it is to do a voiceover into English for a hearing person. And as a presenter, it makes it hard for me to sign and to hear the words that I don't want to hear. So I'm using English this morning. Thank you, Andre, for the introduction. I must say, on the one hand, I know it's not your intention, but it did make me feel very old because throwing out the numbers of how long I have been in the profession makes one feel old. But seeing everyone here today makes me feel young. So, first of all, let me say to the presenter that was supposed to come before me this morning, Ibrahim, unfortunately has fallen ill and is not able to be with us this morning. So our thoughts and prayers are with him for a speedy recovery. Let me just say that. Okay, so I am from the land of Nelson Mandela. I'm sure you all know who Nelson Mandela is. Yes? Yes, we know who he is? Okay, good. But I am also, in the same breath, from the land of the fake interpreter. That is the same guy that interpreted at the funeral of our late President Nelson Mandela. Within our countries, when we are forming associations, we need to stand as one. Because if we do not, we give an opportunity to the enemy, to the fake interpreters of this world, to take charge. And we need to guard against that. In our countries, we need to be united and present a united front. Okay. Leonida mentioned earlier that the topic of mental health is not a well-known one in Africa. And I want to support that. And I must say, while sitting there, I was wondering whether she was saying that with a little hint to say, this person that I have been working on in the committee seriously needs therapy. I mean, I can understand that from my central planning committee, if you feel that. Yes. So, on to my topic of this morning. I'm going to put down this microphone so that I can just move on with my slides for myself. I don't need my slides to be projected, it's not necessary. Right, I think, can you still hear me? Yes. Okay, so my topic today is my research that I did for my master's degree. And the topic was the impact that South African Sign Language interpreters has on the therapeutical alliance. Now, as you all know, and as Leonida alluded to earlier today, mental health and the help that deaf people in Africa need when it comes to mental health is not something that is well researched and something that is well known. So what I did in my study was to explore the influence that interpreters have on the therapeutic alliance. And for many deaf South Africans, counseling sessions with a psychologist or a therapist is just a luxury, because most people who are mental health professionals do not know sign language. And that is a huge problem. The situation in South Africa is that there are only 6 deaf persons that have been trained in the last 2 years to be counselors for a project called Lifeline. And 6 counselors that has to serve approximately 600,000 deaf people in South Africa. There is 1 child of deaf adults who has a counseling qualification, so who is fluent in South African Sign Language, plus 2 deaf or 2 hearing psychologists who know South African Sign Language. Both of them are employed in schools for the deaf. This means that there is not much services available to deaf people in South Africa when it comes to mental health. Now, that means deaf people are forced to make use of South African Sign Language interpreters when they go for therapy sessions. So it's what O'Donnell in a 2020 paper calls the necessary evil. Sign language interpreters are the necessary evil when it comes to accessing mental health services for deaf people. Now, why do I say that it's the necessary evil? I say that because traditionally psychotherapy is represented by 2 individuals, the client and the therapist. However, and that's what they call the dyad, right? But now the problem is we need a 3rd person to come into this therapy session. And when you have a dyad, that and the connection that those 2 people have with one another, that is the strongest indicator of success within a therapy session. However, now we are doing the pas de trois, which means that interaction. So this pas de trois, coordination that is required when you want to make a success of the therapy session now with 3 people. And there's very little research that explores this, how this can work within the therapy or therapeutic alliance. The therapeutic alliance is based on trust, empathy, and shared goals. And then, of course, mutual understanding. So my research investigated and posed the following questions. The first one was, are mental health professionals, first of all, equipped to deal with deaf clients? the following question that I asked in my research was, does the interpreting process impact on the establishment of rapport and trust between the deaf client and the therapist, right? And what factors is it that influences the... Are mental health professionals in South Africa trained to deal with, and I think I'm going to need some water. It happens when you talk and don't sign. Right, so now how do you build trust? How do you build rapport? You do so by eye contact. Now, if it's only you and the therapist, you as a client and the therapist, you can maintain eye contact. But you as a deaf person bring in a sign language interpreter, that means eye contact is lost with the therapist. So, how do you build rapport? Because now what happens is the deaf client looks at the interpreter and does not look at the therapist. So is that to say then that the deaf client now builds rapport with the interpreter? So how effective can counseling be? Okay, so the study focused on the relational skills model, where we looked at the start of the actual therapy session, which means that's the introductions, the rapport building starts right there, and then to maintain that relationship, because they could not do anything for this deaf client. And so they felt that there was lack in their, couldn't deal with it. They felt a closer relationship to their sign language interpreters. So now that begs the question, do us as sign language interpreters also qualify as counselors, so that we can just do it ourselves and we don't have to deal with mental health professionals? But of course we know that that can't be it, right? We can't do it in that way. You know, some deaf participants said that they felt empathy from the interpreter and not from the counselor. And these relational dynamics are very important to be aware of. So the factors that really impacted this lack of rapport building was the fact that the eye contact was maintained with the interpreter within the counseling session and not with the counselor. Other thing that deaf people, interestingly, in the research mentioned was the fact that they felt in the minority in the room. A counselor or a therapist that's hearing, and an interpreter that's hearing. So it's 2 hearing people versus 1 deaf person, so they feel, yeah, problem. There's a problem there. The 2 of them are teaming up against me. That's a very interesting perspective, because we all as interpreters know that we are just neutral participants in all of this. I mean, are we participants? No, we are not. We are just a conveyor of information. So there's a lack of understanding in general by the deaf participants of, first of all, the therapeutic process or sensitivity. And it highlights the specialized nature when it comes to mental health context. Competence, that's first of all something that we need to be aware, is that whoever works with deaf people need to have deaf culture sensitization training and must understand clearly that interpreters do not always only function as linguistic conveyors of information, but there's more to it than that. So the recommendations of the study was that there needs to be training of mental health professionals when it comes to deaf culture, and awareness of communication dynamics when it comes to the interpreted therapeutic session. Highly recommended. Specialized training in mental health settings, because that is not done at the moment, not in South Africa though. And then there's also a specific ethical side that comes with this when we look at interpreting these sessions. So, deaf people also need to be trained. First of all, on the role of interpreters when it comes to mental health therapeutic sessions, as well as what is it that I can expect from a therapy session? Because sometimes they go in and they think, all my problems are going to be solved today. And that is that we all know it can't work like that. But they sometimes and very often expect the hearing professional to give them the answers. But in therapy, it doesn't work that way. You will come to your own conclusion, and there is a path to get there. But that is something that in South Africa and within this research was shown that deaf people don't understand. Okay, so what is the takeaway? The takeaway is that it is a very sensitive and a very important message that we need to bring home with mental health professionals and with interpreters alike, that not anyone can, because they're an interpreter, just interpret a mental health session.
And so my question is, do you have a relationship with any of the practitioners or the organizations that provide mental health services? And is there an opportunity for them to create any kind of training for you and vice versa?
On and off. So Thelma, I think I am the grandma in the room. And I work in a specialist deaf service in London. Jemima Napier also worked in this service about 30 years ago. We both did. I still work there from time to time. It is called National Deaf Services. They have plenty of resources about how to interpret when deaf people hear voices. It's in picture form, and they have qualified deaf mental health nurses that have undertaken a 3-year degree, some at Manchester initially, but other universities with interpreters to support their development. So perhaps you can speak to Jemima about National Deaf Services because it is unique in the world, and maybe visit.
Thank you for this. As I said, University of Manchester and Alice Young and Jemina, of course. And I will definitely ask her about that specific project. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
It's actually part of the National Health Service. It's a big hospital site, mental health hospital site, with a specialist deaf unit, with deaf staff.
So thank you very much. We will take a last question over there, Dr. Sam. Yeah, if you can just. And then if there's any, yeah, you have to come, yeah. If you have any other question, then we can just try to meet Edma. You have to come, yeah. If you have any other question, then we can just try to meet Edma in between the break.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Sam. This is my name sign. I come from Uganda. I teach at a university myself. And now thinking about psychology, my question for you is, if I'm teaching a group of future deaf psychologists, I know that we have many interpreters who might not be available to work in this field. So thinking about deaf professionals working in that field specifically and the terminology, is there a way to, or have you created a team to develop specific signs for the common terminology that comes up in mental health?
Understanding of the therapeutic process, of the strategies used by counselors and therapists, or adapting those resources to the South African context, and recording videos so that we can have all of that available online. So yes, there's a lot of work to be done. We've got to start somewhere, and yes, we have barely scratched the surface. And I think it's very important that perhaps we need to pass that on to our colleagues on the African continent. But there's, yeah, like I say, what is first, the chicken, the egg? Andre, egg?
Based on what you want. So short comment for Dr. Christopher Stone, and then we have to close.
Good morning, everyone. I'm being very naughty using president's privilege, but it is one comment. We are lucky to have deaf clinical psychologists in the UK, one of whom is Dr. Jo Atkinson, and she has done research on deaf people experiencing hearing voices. So if you're interested in what the deaf experience is, especially in terms of thinking about helping us to do that work, she is a good reference. And I know that both Professor Alice Young and Professor Jemina Napier.
To have a round of applause for Thelma for this beautiful presentation.
A round of applause. Thank you very much. Now let me call upon Mr. Joseph to come forward and tell us briefly about the
signing and speaking, it could be very difficult, as you know. If I have to do both, you can bring some jerry cans of water. Yes, I can faint. Okay, so I guess countries who use cards to pay using your cards, and you have to record all of them. So please visit this person. Okay. Let me inform you. It's $16 USD dollar. Maybe if you convert in francs, it's 23,000 something. 23,000. It will be okay. So be there, network with people. There are some people who want to greet me, but they didn't have a chance to greet me. Please, let us meet to the rooftop of this restaurant at 6:30 p.m. The last one, for those who have badges which are not well written, your names, I have seen that there are some people who don't have badges. There are others who have, I think, who have badges which are, which their names were not mentioned as they want. Please visit the registration desk and
So, for example, a language interpreter translating, but still there's no recognition of the sign language that, and a little bit make them understand that it's a profession, you know, because I think the main issue from our point of view is sign language interpretation is still seen as a help. I'm helping you. I'm helping the deaf to communicate. It's not seen as a proper profession. So this is why they also don't really pay attention to what he's saying. And the second issue is also the advocacy. Both the Deaf Association and the Sign Language Interpreter Association still need to work hard for the advocacy in order to be, for the political to understand that it's a profession, it's a need, it's an issue that needs to be first, that need to be taken off. But for now, they are not doing that. So yesterday, Professor Christoph Stone spoke about the United Convention of Rights of People with Disability. Our country signed it, I think, in 2000-something, 7, or I don't remember, the ratificate. But they start implementing. So like since they signed it, they start putting it in 2021. And for now, they are just focusing, as I was saying, at the education level. Not yet in the proper aspect of sign language, what are the needs, what are the issue. So we are working a little bit to bring interpreters across, never regarding the sign language they are using, to come all together and to see how we can foster the profession. Because also for, if I take the program of the 2 universities I told you, it's not a standardization. Like in some, you just do 30 hours of sign language and that's it. In the other, you do more. But one thing is learning a language. One thing is learning how to translate, how to make the passage from one language to another language. It's not the same. So those are a little bit the challenges that we are facing. So the linguistic aspect, the linguistic difficulty, the lack of standardization, the lack of professional recognition. So our point is how, my presentation is not, is really to check with you, how can we overcome those difficulties from your different experience? And also because I have to say the truth, I'm not the best person to go there and to say how things should work, because my first sign language is Italian sign language. That's my first sign language. I came across with the deaf community outside of my country. So that's also why I decided maybe it's time to a little bit come back and check how we can.
We really like to know what is happening. We really like to know what is happening with this native sign language. What do the deaf people say? Which language are they comfortable with? Members, which language are they comfortable with? Members, we are going to take on questions if you have, but also keep in mind that we have interpreters. So as you talk, make sure you don't move fast. So we shall take on like 3 questions and then we shall move with another session. Thank you. Any question?
Cameroon has different sign languages. Which sign language are interpreters in Cameroon are trained in? And does this match with what deaf people use in their everyday life?
So I will try to answer, and I'm so happy that Dr. Sam is here because he did a great research on Cameroonian Sign Language, so he could support me when we reach to that aspect. So they are trained in American Sign Language and French Sign Language. That is what interpreter or people in general are trained at the university if they manage through the process of having those language. And that's the problem, that it really didn't reflect what the deaf community is using now. So when, for example, I go in school, what is usually happen is the teacher will say to the kid, you are using the wrong sign, because the teacher or the interpreter has been trained to use this specific sign from the language. Another example, so in French Sign Language, to say the boss, so the chief, they use this sign, okay? But in Cameroonians, what I have saw from the student, from the young people, they will use this. Why? Because they are reflecting how the people from the police are, the people that have the power, because the people have the power, have a uniform, they have grade. So that is how the student understand people that have power, for example. In another school that we work, priests, that you could be like this, they use a different sign. They use priest. Why? Because in this school, all the priests are doctor. So they associate the Catholic profession with the Catholic vocation with the profession of the people. And that is what is happening, that they are creating new sign. They are adapting the sign according to their need, according to their understanding. But the professional or the teacher are still behind because they want to focus on, that is what my teacher told me at school. That is what my dictionary I'd have at home told me. That's also why we want to work on collecting all those signs and starting providing to the people to say, yeah, that is what it was used 20 years ago in the country. That is what the people are using now.
I will take on one more question and then we continue.
I just wanted to know, we're talking about French languages of Africa and what happens to those languages for deaf people. Do they have access to any sort of original languages within Africa, or are those off limits to deaf people?
Okay, let's take Dr. Sam's submission.
Thank you so much. What was your name sign again? Andre. Thank you. So my question is around Cameroon. I went to visit in 2018. I think, yes, 2018. So I went there to do research in Cameroon. So if you look at Cameroon, there are two languages. Firstly, English, and then also that is associated with ASL, and in the Y area it is LSF, French Sign Language, and in the southern part, okay. In the north, they do a more native sign language. You know about this, right? Okay. So I'm just curious, with ASL, it is connected to English and the spoken language that is associated with that. So when individuals speak French, they sign LSF as well. However, and you can see the differences in the initialized signs, using the L for life and the V for vif. So I'm just curious, when you see interpreters working, do they have that repertoire between the two languages, between the two sign languages? So we've done some research in LDP, but there's not a lot of evidence-based research available. So the question is around the interpreters and being able to work between the different sign languages in your country.
So I will first answer Audrey's question. So I will answer Audrey's question and then I will answer and comment Dr. Sam's question. So what about the African language? So consider that in Cameroon we have more than 300 national language there. And even for the hearing people, there's not a consensus on how we can teach it in school. So usually what the national education system agree is based on the city you are, they can teach in the school the predominant language of the city. That is how it works for everyone. But people are free to do, it's not mandatory. When it comes to deaf, there's an issue. There's two issues. The first issue is if the interpreter do not understand the language, he could not do the passage. And the second issue is the parent and the teacher will tell you that they have other priority. The priority for them is to learn sign language because most of them are from rearing parents, so they learn sign language in school, and they will say the other priority is to learn French or English. But what I have seen in remote area is this deaf kid are still used to hear or to see their parents speak in their national language. So they do understand somehow what it means. They do understand somehow what are the use, how their culture is working. They don't have all the access to respond to it, but they still have access. But at school level, we are still not reached that aspect. So now I respond to Dr. Sam, who is not paying attention. Okay, so what about, as you were saying, yeah, so I didn't mention in my presentation that in some part of Cameroon, there's also a growing of local sign because they also have different influence. So what happened with interpreter? It really depends of the willingness of the interpreter. I do know interpreter, we want to know all the repertoire, know all what is happening, and have this different, the different aspect of signing in ASL and speaking in French, initialization, adaptation of sign. But a lot of interpreters really just focus on the official sign language, if you want to say it. So they want to use American Sign Language as they had been taught. And always, that is also an issue that we are facing. That most of the time, when an interpreter go to sign for a meeting, a conference, and thing, a lot of time the deaf people say, I do not understand you. Because they move on. They're not anymore using that sign. It's not anymore relevant for the context. It's not anymore relevant for the community. But the interpreter is still behind. Because we are also lacking specific space where both interpreter and deaf community could meet. The only space for now where you can meet deaf people is school. That is a specific setting where most of the time the teacher are hearing. So they are the one dictated how to do it. And they will say, in my dictionary, they sign it like this. I don't want you to sign in a different way. So that's a little bit how it works. So it's really a promotion of, do it. We are trying to collect. For now, we have collected 100 signs, different signs from the different schools where we want to do it a little bit more before we try to share it. A little bit for the interpreter to start understanding that the community is moving, the community is just going, so they can't be behind. They really need to reach the community. Thank you very much.
Members, thank you very much. Andre, thank you so much for the presentation. Can we appreciate Andre? Thank you. We do have another session, and I would like to welcome Robert to introduce our next speaker. Robert, you are welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Robert. I'm from Uganda, and I am the director of the Ugandan Deaf Association. I've been given a very easy job today. I get to introduce our next presenter. And I think this is the correct sign name, maybe? I would like to introduce Razak. Razak Fakir is going to be our next presenter. This is the correct sign name, so Razak Fakir. Razak is a WASLI WFD accredited international sign interpreter, as well as a professional translator. He is also a member of AIIC, the Association of Conference Interpreters. He's been working for many years in sign language interpreting and translation. Also working in deaf education in South Africa at Wits University. Yes. So he did the academic transition working in education, educating deaf individuals. He is now back to being a full-time sign language interpreter and translator and is devoted to that work. He also has founded a new organization called Urberg. This organization is headquartered in Estonia, specifically in the city of Tallinn. So I'm very pleased to welcome him to the stage. Razak, if you could please take the stage. Warm welcome to Razak, thank you. Welcome our next expert. Hi, everyone. You've been having to listen to everyone with your ears, so I hope you're all ready to now use your eyes to watch the next presentation. You're feeling awake and ready. I'm really pleased to be here. My name is Razak, as I was already introduced. I'm a deaf interpreter. But my first identity as a deaf individual, yes, and a sign language interpreter, I do like to kind of separate my identity to first see me as a deaf person, and then also see me in my work as an interpreter and translator. But I hope you also don't only see me as a deaf person. I also work a lot in deaf hearing mixed teams. Let me make sure I'm in camera. Okay. There's always a bit of adjusting when we first start presenting. So I want to talk about the concept of Ubuntu, which I know all of us here in Africa are very familiar with the philosophy of Ubuntu, of us coming together as one community and following this philosophy. My slides, unfortunately, are not able to come on the screen, but if you would like the PowerPoint, I'm happy to share it with you. We'll see if maybe the tech team is able to show the slides. I first want to talk about my own positionality, who I am as a person and my role. I'm a deaf interpreter. I also am a teacher and a trainer. I train and teach those in sign language and sign language interpreting and translation as well. I established my company Urberg to be able to continue these networks and relationships, to partner with different organizations to provide trainings and support for future interpreters with the goal of us furthering our fields and quality of service in our interpreters and our interpreting service that we provide, but also staying rooted in culture and having that cultural understanding of what deaf communities need to make sure that, again, that what we are signing is culturally relevant. And as it says in the URCPD, it's very clearly stated that it needs to be accessible to the community it's being given to. It's telling the interpreter, if I'm going too fast, they can let me know. I'm going to also do a bit of a comparison with the global north and other parts of the world and Africa and what our work looks like. And you might be wondering why I'm up here presenting today. I'd like to pose a question to all of you. We're in a space where international sign is being utilized. We come from international spaces of wonderful interpreters here. I'm sure yesterday and today you've been listening and watching the interpreters work. And I would like to really emphasize that this team is a very good team because it is not a full team of hearing interpreters. We have deaf interpreters and hearing interpreters working together. And my presentation is going to really touch on the importance of those mixed team interpreting teams. I work globally. So I'm familiar with the different structures and systems, and I see the different structural barriers that we face in our work. And one thing that we have to do is we have to work together. I've gone to multiple WASLI WFD conferences in the past. I've seen these blended teams where you have deaf and hearing teams working on stage. In South America, we see this happen often. In the United States, North America, in Europe. So these blended teams are common in many regions of the world, Asia as well. We do see it in the African continent as well, but it's always an international sign. So what about our local sign language interpreters? Why do we not see more blended teams in our local sign languages? We don't see that same standard applied at the local level. Why is that? We have our own unique barriers that we face here on the continent. As we've already talked about the past few days, lack of training systems, not having secure organizations, the different types of lobbying and advocacy work that we need to do. One example is who is often interpreting for our news on the TV and media. It's often hearing interpreters that are the ones that are nominating themselves to work for news briefings, to be in the media. That interpreting doesn't always happen into the spoken language. So who is doing the sign language interpreting for this information? So people will ask, who's able to do this, and we will give them names. Here are deaf individuals that can do this. They can work in a blended team. We don't see that happening as much. But if we do that, we could show a good model for future deaf children who would want to be interpreters in the future. And we're here at Afsli, which is such a beautiful space. Sorry, there's a mic problem. What is going to be our impact after the conference? In 2017, we gathered in Abuja, Nigeria. So we had our 2017 conference where we came together. Timothy was one of the hosts of this conference, as he mentioned earlier today. So what was the impact after this gathering? Again, this was almost 10 years ago, May of 2017. I was there, I gave a presentation, I was able to network and meet many of you. And we see the same topics coming up over and over again without much change. And we see there's a clear need for more deaf interpreter representation in the work that we're doing. So after the 2017 conference, we got together as a team to discuss potential strategies. And then in 2018, we had a strategic planning meeting in South Africa. So in 2017, we decided who this team would be at the conference. I was there, and Natasha. When the conference concluded, we wanted to see how we could take what we learned to then disseminate. We wanted to have further advocacy, collaborations, what actual activities and planning could we make happen into actionable items. We were able to secure funding for future training. At that training, we did in partnership, again, with deaf hearing teams, myself as a deaf interpreter, Natasha as a hearing interpreter. Aisha was a part of this team as well. So we started this collaboration, and this work started in 2017. In 2018 was our strategic planning meeting. And that same year, we saw, Thelma started doing training with EDEF as well. I think Dimakatsu, who's on this current interpreting team, was a part of that training. That was in 2018 that Thelma and EDEF organization organized. So we see the trickle-down effects from this 2017 conference. And then in 2021, we had the first 2 accredited WASLI WFD African interpreters, myself and Natasha. And we were both accredited at the same time. We had worked together previously. We worked in this blended team regularly. In 2022, Aisha got her accreditation. And this was able to happen because we work in collaboration, because we value each other equally as a team. Marsan also was accredited, also works in our blended teams as well. So we see the clear positive effects of working truly side by side with each other. I've known the interpreting team for many years. I know Sam as well is interpreting right now. We have all worked together in different capacities for the past 20 years. So I really want us to think about what the after effects of this conference will be. And we need to continue to work together so we can see further impact, so we can have more deaf interpreters on our teams. Without collaboration, none of this is possible. We need to not push our deaf colleagues aside and make sure that we are all truly working as one team together. And giving mutual support and mutual respect so we can further elevate our field. If we could go back. Okay, my presentation is up. Could we go forward in the slides, please? Back to the positionality slide, the concept of positionality. Deaf interpreters are the keepers of sign language. We have grown up, it is our first language, we've grown up using the language. We are fully understanding of our own community. We have such a rich knowledge to pass on to hearing interpreters. We have that true lived experience. I have a question for all of you. You don't need to answer it right now. But if you really take a moment to think about yourself as an interpreter, and if you were to say, yes, I am truly a very qualified interpreter, do you often work with deaf interpreters? Are you a good interpreter because of the deaf community? And if that answer is no, then you need to rethink your own position. Going back to the concept of Ubuntu, nothing happens individually. It happens as a collective. I am because we are. We need community, we need each other. And this applies to the interpreting field as well. Deaf interpreters, hearing interpreters. For our profession to truly flourish, we need each other. We need to work hand in hand and not just think purely from a medical perspective of you're hearing, you're deaf. We're all equally capable of doing the job. And it's so vital to really not just compare our work just because we happen to be deaf or one of us is hearing. You might have forgotten that we have also interpreters working into spoken French as well in the back. So we have interpreters working in the booth in the background, working from English into French. So we have another interpreting team. So we have multiple interpreting teams in this room this week. So you see one interpreter coming on stage, but don't forget that there's a much larger team working together. I have an old photograph that I was really hoping to show.
This refers to a time when the African continent was being colonized, and specifically the Shaka Zulu story that we know about. They had spears, they had traditional weapons versus the Africa. This was a picture of that meeting. These are interpreters in this image. One is sitting down or sitting higher as the king, Shaka Zulu. And there is a colonizer, an Englishman, he's standing there and he's trying to communicate. You can see they're trying to communicate with each other in this image. Here we have two individuals facilitating the communication between them. It just brings us back to many, many years ago that interpreting already existed for thousands of years. It's not something that only started to become into existence recently. So as deaf interpreters, we also have to look back into our history. We were born into a deaf community, we represent that community. And often hearing interpreters will ask me questions around sign language. I will give them information, I will give them my knowledge because I have that lived experience. So when we work together, we have to communicate with each other, but we have to support each other. I bring that native knowledge, my culture, my understanding, and my concept of what being a deaf person is and sign language. Many of the hearing interpreters do not reside in the deaf community. Even if they did, they still don't have the same lived experience. It's not a case of learning a bit of sign language and then you can interpret. No, you have to be immersive in our culture, in our communities, and start to really instinctively understand our language. Sign language is not just, it's good for everyone. It's good for the hearing interpreter to immerse themselves in our culture and in our language because that makes them a better interpreter. I see that many situations require the interpreter to have a good understanding of English terminology, like for example in the health sector, or they go to an education or university level. The interpreter needs to be on par with the content. So research has shown that we need interpreters, or deaf interpreters in certain settings. For example, myself, I don't come with a label as deaf interpreter or look at my partner as a hearing interpreter. We are both interpreters. That's it. It's not about being hearing and about being deaf. It's about finding that teamwork and that collaboration. And take away the audiological view. So if we look at Christopher, we look at Jemina, we have people who are doing research in the field of sign language and interpreting, trying to find the best way and evidence of what is the best interpreting team. And they have evidence that being a blended team delivers the best quality work. Many people, many deaf communities don't understand the interpreters on television when they are interpreting the content. When we have a deaf interpreter on that TV screen, they often find that they have a better understanding of the content. So it's not just us. We have to and we must give that equal opportunity and understanding of this blended team. I'm in Rwanda now, but I have met many of you in different countries. And even in my own country sometimes, I can't find, many of our communities say, we can't find an interpreter. But specifically, deaf interpreters are even more scarce to find. But if you look in the right places and you really look, you will find deaf interpreters in your communities. They are already there. But maybe you as a deaf person feel, oh, the hearing interpreters, they just know so much more. Be aware of the power imbalance that often occurs because a person is hearing. Just because they can hear doesn't mean that they have better knowledge than you do. Sure, when they speak to another person who's hearing, they can continue and without you, but you, as the deaf interpreter or the interpreter, have as much power in that relationship. It does make it difficult because we do experience a lot of autism and there's a lot of gatekeeping that occurs. But in our lives, we have the experience to be interpreters ourselves. We have many deaf interpreters here in Africa. And I'm happy to see some of you here. When there's a conference held on African soil, it is lovely to see you here. But when we go home again, let's just clarify. I am Malawian. I was born Malawian and then moved to South Africa. I only started a company for sign language interpreters recently, but I have interpreters in my team that I'm training. We have 6 Malawian interpreters here. I am so proud to see them and also for them to become international interpreters. But there's more competency in the local sign language for now. There's a lot more work to do, to be done, to make sure that the confidence is built and the skills are improved so that we can all work towards international sign interpreting as well. So it's building the competency at a local level for our deaf interpreters. I'd like to speak to tokenism. Often, as interpreters, we want to be seen as equals in our teams, whether you're hearing or whether you're deaf. But now the question is whether we include a deaf interpreter in our teams because we just want to tick that box. Or are we truly creating access? Are we just selecting a deaf person to work with so that we are seen as doing the right thing, or are we actually doing the right thing? Really working together as equals, making sure that we do the same work. It should be seen as being married for life, that we have blended teams. It's the same type of commitment. I know many deaf interpreters here, like Aisha, like Sam. You have a lot of experience. You've been exposed to the academic world. You've been into universities. You have seen who is in the academic world. And it's not because they were being supported or guided by anybody else. They stood up for themselves. And they took it into their own hands to find out where the information is, where they can be the leaders in their field. We cannot have the interpreting industry operate without having deaf interpreters and hearing interpreters working in a blended team. In the past, traditionally, deaf people were the ones to do the training. But when it comes to creative lobbying for policies, having a seat at the table when we are having the important decisions being discussed, that's when we need to be blended in our teams. How are we going to approach governments to lobby for our needs? How are we going to apply for funding? It cannot just be us. It needs to be a blended team to make sure that the government also sees and realizes that when a sign language organization is established, that it is blended, but also that deaf people can do the training and should be doing the training. I know at university institutions, they have certain regulations in place that require employees to have a degree before they can start working there. So make sure you have that degree. Make sure you collaborate with a university. See where the universities can collaborate with each other to ensure that you are growing as an individual to obtain your qualifications. So make sure you speak to the right people to get the right advice. So to be a good interpreter, it's not about being seen. But if you want to be a good interpreter, work with a blended team. Make sure you have a deaf counterpart, an equal counterpart. We need to work as one team going forward. And this needs to happen consistently. If I am approached for an assignment where they need interpreters, don't only think of yourself and work all on your own. Think about having that deaf interpreter with you. Think about being in a team. It's going to make life so much easier for you, but also you're sharing the knowledge with each other. And the quality of service you deliver is what it should be. So a deaf interpreter is not just a tool for you to use, but is an equal partner in that team. You both do the same work. There's something else I would like to say, but I'm just checking I have enough time.
Five minutes left, and then I have to sit on my hands. I want to speak specifically to this conference. I'm very happy to be back at Afsli. I feel very proud to be here. One thing I would just like to put out for all of you is food for thought for future conferences for us to think about. For whoever is the local host of the conference, the local host could also sign. Show us some of your local sign language. Show us the skills of your interpreters. Sign your presentations. We want to see the local sign language. We want to see your interpreters highlighted as well. That's really important for us to see that. So prioritizing the use of sign language at our future conferences. We have sign language interpreters, sign language. We want to see more. We're called sign language interpreters, so we want to see more sign language happening in our spaces at our conferences. It doesn't have to be international sign. We also need to see the local sign languages. There's people during the coffee break or lunch that I would like to network and meet, but I see everyone using spoken language, and so you feel unapproachable. There was a conversation yesterday about how people can learn international sign, how IS is obtained, what the history behind IS interpreting is, how language gets passed on. We have our list of accredited interpreters, how do we contact them, what are the minimum requirements, and it says you need to know a minimum of maybe 2 different sign languages, 2 to 3 sign languages, and then you can go for your international sign qualification. And now with different technological advances, we're able to meet remotely. There's so many more opportunities for us to learn different sign languages to then be able to learn IS if that is a goal that you would like to reach. So to get that minimum, 2 to 3 sign languages, the opportunities are more available because we can work remotely. You don't have to physically travel somewhere. So I want us to keep that in mind as well too, to also prioritize our local sign languages and the learning of other national sign languages. There are multiple points talked about yesterday, and learning about our different countries and the diversity, how one country might sign something compared to another. That is how we grow and flourish. We learn from each other in that way. So we don't just go from one local sign language straight to international sign. Think about the opportunity you have in this room to meet each other and learn different national sign languages. And maybe in 5 years' time, you're working together as a team, showing the world what African interpreters can do. A profession grows when every voice in the community is heard. If you want to be an accredited interpreter, you want to establish sign language organizations, we have different goals and things we would like to lobby and advocate for. We do that as a community. And I will leave you with that. Thank you. Can I run away now, or do I have to stay on stage? Maureen, am I allowed to go away?
Yeah, no. Thank you very much, Razak, for the wonderful presentation. Members, let's appreciate Razak for the good presentation. I want us to accept that in Africa, deaf interpreting is something new. And I would like briefly to know from Razak, your presentation, you've not talked about the training of these deaf interpreters. Is it important for the deaf interpreters to undergo the training, like the hearing interpreters? I will take on 2 more questions, and then we shall move to another session. Thank you. 1, and then 2.
Thank you, Razak, for your presentation. It was very inspirational. In the UK, there is a growing number of deaf interpreters. When we are amongst our peers, we don't call them deaf interpreters, they are interpreters. However, there's an increasing demand in the UK from local government organizations, national organizations, and corporations to make their accesses. And I always have to explain to interpreters because I realize I am educating the hearing consumer. So, interpreter, because it's not always accessible going to university because of the cost and living. And so with this group of deaf interpreters, we also have some from, and so give our deaf colleagues as much work as we can. So we turn down all the pre-recorded work. Deaf people at that time couldn't access the captions. There wasn't speech-to-text translations like there is now. So the deaf people would work on TV but do all the pre-recorded work. And there was a big team of deaf interpreters. So the point I'm trying to make is sometimes we have to say deaf interpreter in order to educate the hearing world.
Can I respond? I'm going to respond to Maureen's question first. We have different training institutions globally that we can look to. An interpreter training program should be for anyone who wants to be an interpreter, no matter your hearing status. I've talked with interpreting teams of mine from the US, and we often see deaf interpreter trainings being separated. So we don't see these trainings happening with working with your colleagues as peers. There's no specific deaf interpreter training. Deaf interpreters should be able to and want to go through the same interpreter training system that their hearing counterparts are. When you have an interpreting program, it's important that it be open and accessible for everybody, deaf, hearing alike. There's no separate tracks for this work. We are all working interpreters. If you have an interpreter training program, it needs to be open to anyone wanting to be an interpreter. At the end of the day, we're working as a team. So if we're being trained separately, that doesn't benefit anybody. And also, I want us to keep in mind that an interpreter is not there for the deaf person. Interpreters, we are there for hearing people who don't know sign language. We often think that we're only there for one consumer. There are multiple consumers in a room. The deaf person happens to be one of them, but we are primarily there for the hearing people to be able to have access to the deaf person. So our training programs need to make sure that they're including deaf people. Whether that be Wits University or any other specific trainings that we have out there. There might be some separate trainings specifically focused on deaf interpreters to work as a group, or trainings working on your skills into the spoken language, but the overall program needs to be inclusive of everyone and have the cohort go through together. Now for Jackie's comment. So there's the Deaf Interpreter Network at Afsli. I have been a participant at that conference before. And so looking at the system in the UK and what their processes are, there are a large number of deaf interpreters in the UK. There's over 1,000 in the UK in total. The qualified interpreters are a lesser number. For the NRCPD registry for interpreters in the UK, it does state that there needs to be kind of a clear indicator of status, whether you're a deaf interpreter or a hearing interpreter, just so they're able to have the statistics and the numbers for a census. So those labels can be mandatory or important in certain places. Similar to when we're filling out a census form and they would like to know someone's gender, they need to know certain demographic background information. So that's when those labels do become necessary. So there is definitely a time and a place where we need to have those labels of a deaf interpreter or a hearing interpreter. And it is nice to also have kind of that registry where you can show these are the interpreters available to you who can do this job. I work with Robert Adam and other deaf interpreters as well who have also worked on BBC News. And so there, and as you mentioned, Jackie, there is lots of live broadcasting, or maybe the king has to give a speech. And they always have interpreters there, but there is often a pre-recording. And then they record it 10 to 15 minutes prior, and then the broadcasting happens afterwards. So it's live-ish. So kind of a mix of pre-recording and a live setting. And the pre-recording is so they can do editing and touch things up, make sure the background is correct, and have everything look nice for when it is truly broadcasted.
All right, I'm going to take on one and then the last one because of time.
All right, thank you. Yeah, my name is Tracy. Yes, Razak. Personally, it's like my first time seeing live, deaf interpreters and a hearing interpreter working hand in hand. And I know this is the same case for so many of us here in an African setup. So when an organization or someone approaches me, knowing with the knowledge I have right now and the importance of having a deaf interpreter, how do I start explaining to them that this baby conference is in need of a deaf interpreter? Like, how do I even start that conversation? Secondly, in terms of remuneration, how does it work? Does quote unquote, the hearing interpreter and the deaf interpreter share the costs? Or how do you invoice or do that quotation? Thank you.
And then the last question, then he will answer at once.
I'm from Uganda. I have a question. Deaf interpreter, yes, we feel it is important, but are we thinking about the future? With the AI growing globally, the world is changing, technology is developed, and it's growing. Different countries are adopting technology. There are apps there. For example, yesterday, I was sharing with South Africa. They showed me some interesting app where a person can sign. I was ignorant about it. How do they sign? And it was very clear. So does this deaf interpreter have a future? With learning of master's, PhD in sign language, and in the future you have AI, they lose their job. How will it be? Explain to me.
I will give quick responses. I've been told we're short on time. What country are you from?
I'm from Kenya.
Kenya, okay. Obviously, every country has their different systems and structures. We're all very diverse. In Kenya, if you would like to have a blended team, we all have our interpreting ethics, and your country has probably their own standard of practice and interpreting ethics that you have to follow, what criteria you have to hit. So having a blended team does not mean that one person has more authority than the other. You're working as a team, which means your pay is equal. No one is paid more or less than the other. No one would be happy if they were working with a team where they knew that the other interpreter was getting paid more than them, even though you're doing the same work. We want to think of how we can have more respect and equity within our work overall, and we can use our current policies and ethics to advocate for that. We see this often with the gender pay gap, where women are often paid less than men. So we fight and lobby for equal pay in terms of gender, and we want to make sure we do the same in our interpreting teams as well. If we're doing the same work, we're all going to get equal pay. And when you're putting in a bid for an interpreting job, or you're trying to fill the interpreting needs, you're just giving the names of the interpreters. You can also work with your national deaf associations and the interpreting associations. As we've said multiple times over the past 2 days, it's so important for those associations to work together, and that's how you can also make sure that you have blended teams at your conferences and your meetings. And let's see, I'm a bit surprised by the second question, so I'm trying to figure out how best to answer the future of our interpreting work and AI. I think it's not just for deaf interpreters. There's a bit of an unknown for the future of all interpreting work. With the developments of AI, how fast it's growing, I think we have a lot of fear and anxiety around the fact that AI could potentially take over our jobs. I've seen animated movies, right? We've been watching animated movies for the last 30 years. And it took a long time for animation to make any changes to be able to really capture specific facial movements and features. And so technology, there's been many moments in time where we've been afraid of technology taking over the world and replacing all of our jobs by machines and computerized technologies. But I think that we will always have a place as interpreters, for deaf and hearing interpreters. I don't think we need to be afraid of our work coming to an abrupt end. If interpreters are going to be replaced, it's all of us. But AI is still unable to do the same functions that we are as human interpreters. There is no true equivalent. So I think all of us as interpreters have a future. If the world completely collapses, then we all collapse with it. So it is not specific to any one group.
All right, thank you so much, Razak. Members, a round of applause to Razak. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Members, thank you for your active participation. I hand over to the MC. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Whose glasses are these? Thank you very much. Now it is time for lunch. We will use the same place we used yesterday. Those who went to the tent, they will proceed to the tent. And those on the rooftop, they will use the rooftop. There is one announcement.
Please remember, in the morning we said that the deaf interpreters and the deaf to meet on this corner with Ayesha and Arunas before lunch. So before you go for lunch, please let's meet here. Deaf interpreters and the deaf. And secondly, if you are from the various countries in Africa that we mentioned yesterday, if you are representing your country and you are the only one, or the president of that country, please ensure to see Christopher Desloges from Canada. The gentleman, Christopher, would you please just stand up so that they can see you? So Malawi, Eswatini, Nigeria, all the countries represented here, please see Christopher.
Thank you. For others, please go to the same place you used yesterday. Use 1 hour. That is why I was asking.
What time did you say people are supposed to come back?
We are coming back. We are coming back at 1:30 p.m.
Sign language, also works at the Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, as well as a board member of the Lithuanian Deaf Association. Arūnas is a former member of the committee of the Afsli DI, which is the Afsli Deaf Interpreter Network. As well as a board member of the Lithuanian Deaf Sports Federation. So he has quite the bio. He's been a multi-time participant of the Deaf Olympics and various European deaf sports as a competitor.
University of Applied Sciences, a training program of 3 years, a BA, was put into place. This is the deaf president of Lithuanian Deaf Association in 2019. Before we had a deaf association, we had different clubs where we could belong to. And where deaf persons were working in a factory, that's also the social gathering place that they attended. Next, please. So we have 5 main cities in Lithuania. We have about 3 million about 3 million total population. Next, please. As I said, there are 5 main cities. And in each city, the government would provide special housing. And those homes, and the funding or the social grants received from it within Lithuania, the city governments, they would then provide money to individuals such as deaf persons. They would have to use that funding for paying for their homes, paying for food. So paying for an interpreter was never on the list of priorities for them. There wasn't much left to pay. Then the city Vilnius, which is the capital, we decided to have a sign language interpreter association, but that only came about from the Deaf Association. And because we were from that association, the government decided to also fund us. The Department of Social Ministry decided to fund all interpreting services, which meant that as a deaf individual, you did not have to pay for interpreting services. This was now widely available to you, and the government would pay for those services. So even though we had a rough start, we still needed interpreting services. And initially, we had about 1 interpreter for 140 deaf people. And then it became 70 deaf people to 1 interpreter. It improved. So next slide, please. Our deaf community did not ask to grow the pool of interpreters necessarily, but we as an association, when we went to the government, they said, well, deaf people did not ask for the service. Why do you want to be a service that's recognized by the government? And that was quite a long process. Next slide, please. So this is the president of the Deaf Association, and together we went to government to explain why we needed a bigger pool of interpreters and that we had to be compensated fairly. And we achieved many of our goals. We didn't do this alone, but we did it in collaboration with the Deaf Association. Next slide, please. Here is one example. During COVID, he always had an interpreter present in his public briefings. But it did happen once that they started a briefing and realized that the sign language interpreter was not present. They, on short notice, got hold of an interpreter, but they made use of public transport to arrive. Do you think that meeting went ahead? The camera crew was there, the audience was there, but everyone waited until that interpreter arrived, 40 minutes later. And only then did they continue with that briefing session, because the interpreter was then present. So this country president of ours was really good, and we had a very good relationship with him. And deaf interpreters were part of many, such as what you can see on the screen. Next, please. Next, please. And here you can see during COVID, but this is now a time when COVID wasn't as active anymore, and they could allow more individuals in the room during. It was not always available beforehand to the interpreters. But we lobbied for that. And you know that your president usually wouldn't give you his speeches before he starts a speech. But we were able to receive the text about a day before the time or some time before the actual event, which allowed us to interpret appropriately. So we have a lot of respect for our government trusting us in that way. Next slide, please. Language. And learning a language, this one indicates what your skill level is. It goes all the way up to C2 level, which is conference level, and being very fluent. So as an interpreter, I cannot work at A1 level, for example. In Europe, we have many languages that are spoken. And this was applied to spoken languages, yet it wasn't necessarily applied to sign language competency. Making sure that you have sufficient level of sign language skills. This was another important part of what we had to do. And we followed this model to ensure that we have the skills, the language skills installed and trained in the universities to ensure that when you have variations, that you are able to work with that. You might have a BA degree in interpreting, but you also need to have a level C2 language skills in sign language to be able to work as an interpreter. So it was important to connect the training program for interpreting with the language skill level, which is C2 in this case, to be working as an interpreter. Next, please. Next. So in Lithuania, we established the sign language interpreting services, we have our organization in place, we had training, but then we had to discuss the ethical. They all had the formal training in place. And they also had a very clear differentiation between an interpreter who could specialize in a specific field and those who could be maybe a social worker / assistant. And that those two roles never cross. Okay, this is a very clear indication of what teamwork should be. When we provide a sign language interpreting service, we need to make sure that both parties have access. As a team, in that conversation, we need to make sure that we're all working towards the same direction. And also make sure that it's not just one person's responsibility to ensure quality. As a team, we all are responsible for that quality service provision. Works in a different direction, there's no collaboration, and the quality of work and that service will definitely suffer. Am I still good for time? Thank you. Next. It's now the second part of my presentation, which is in the same document. Please go on. Next slide, please. I'm just waiting for technology. Okay. So in Europe, if you look at the West and the East, in the West, they had more universities, interpreter training programs and translation programs, whereas in the East, not so much. The attitude was still very much helping, and that was the approach to how deaf people would have access to information. So having funding really made a difference, and having access to a university made that possible for the deaf people to have access to quality interpreting. Now in the East, this was not the situation. Thank you. May I have the next slide? Next. Thank you. Here we go. So what is the deaf interpreter? I think Razak has given quite a good explanation to what it is, but I'd like to add, can we go to the next slide?
Interpreters working historically for years now. We do see in the UK there's quite a large number, so there might not be as many known deaf interpreters in your country or your region, but there are still deaf interpreters working, and we have known about this for quite a long time. In a professional sense, it might be seen as more of a new concept, but we have always had deaf interpreters around. Next slide, please. We have Lydia as our Vice President of WASLI, who was Vice President. We had Juan Carlos Dreta from 2007 to 2011, who was from Argentina. Prior to that, we had Nigel Howard, who is from Canada, or after that, preceding, from 2015 to 2019. I am part of the board as the Deaf Interpreter Advisor. The goal of WASLI isn't to check the box of how many deaf interpreters or hearing interpreters we have in the association or on the board. It's to make sure that we are working sign language interpreters and that it is individuals who are committed to the work and can have an influence on our field. And we're able to then give an example to the world as to what deaf people and deaf communities can do. As I mentioned in Lithuania, we had to figure out how to best start our interpreting associations. We did that with the help of the deaf associations. And it might feel like quite a large task, but you are all able to do the same thing in your countries as well. You have different associations to provide support. You could call on Afsli or use WASLI for assistance. You have Dr. Stone that you can approach. We have so many resources available to us, and we can see what other countries are doing and then adapt that to best fit our own local contexts. I know I'm short for time, so I'm kind of rushing a bit through my slides. Can we go to the next slide? This is again looking at Afsli, the European form of sign language interpreters. This is Clark Denmark, who is the president of Afsli, and was also a prior WASLI president as well. I'm sorry, Liz Scott Gibson, interpreter correction. And then we had Clark Denmark as well from the UK. Next slide. These are all deaf individuals. Now, from my own experience as a deaf individual, coming from a deaf family, sign language has been a part of my entire life. Lithuanian Sign Language is my main sign language. There's also some influence from Russia, from the occupation in Russian Sign Language. I've been involved in the Deaf Olympics. I've had exposure to different contexts and international spaces where I've been able to I've had to adapt my very young age, It's raining quite hard right now. Afsli encouraged the training of deaf interpreters, so we did a spring school in Prague, in Czechia, in 2010. This is a photo from that gathering. Next slide. So we hosted a workshop in 2010 of deaf interpreters. I'm trying to see who is in the photo. Dr. Stone, were you there? Who else was there? And we've had various workshops since then. Afsli provides a host of trainings. Next slide. Next slide, looking at the difference or the similarities between deaf and hearing interpreters, and if there even are any differences. We're doing the same job, whether you are a deaf interpreter or a hearing interpreter. You are facilitating language and communication. The language use is the same. The information we're facilitating is the same. The qualifications are world knowledge. The code of ethics must be practiced by both groups. Me, as a deaf interpreter, I need to know the culture of the hearing majority of the country I'm working in. And same as hearing interpreters, you need to know deaf culture and history and so on. Next slide. So that was some of the similarities of our work. Now, next slide. We're going to look at the differences in our work. We do have a difference in our cultural norms and our identity as deaf and hearing interpreters, and a difference in the channel of which we communicate. Some of the ethical considerations. I can put us into three categories. We have hearing interpreters, codas, and deaf interpreters. Hearing interpreters go to work in the morning, they do their job, and they go home at night and back into their hearing environments. Coda interpreters are, again, also going to their job in the Monday through Friday, and then on the weekends they're hanging out with their deaf parents or their deaf family members, so they're still involved in, very rooted in the deaf community. And now me, I work as an interpreter. I go into an assignment, I do my job. When the job is over, I then go to different deaf social gatherings where people are talking about someone maybe being arrested or someone riding a motorcycle. And so I have to keep maybe a very neutral face because I might already know about what happened because I was interpreting that event. Someone who maybe is fined for a speeding ticket or... So I'm being told these stories that I might already have prior knowledge to, or someone might say, oh, it was you were interpreting there. And so the boundaries are a bit harder to navigate. So there is a different set of code of ethics for us as deaf interpreters. Next slide. Next slide. Again. And as Razak also mentioned, deaf interpreters are working in their national sign languages as well, in multiple spaces, courtrooms, hospital settings, universities, classrooms. Next slide. Next. International sign assignments happen much less frequently. There is maybe a conference that happens every once in a while, a large sporting event, working with migrants. Next slide. But the day-to-day is in the national sign language. One more. Now, deaf interpreters have what we call DELK, Deaf Extra Linguistic Knowledge. Next slide. Next. Next. One more. Now, when I do my work in Lithuania, I don't call myself a deaf interpreter. I'm a sign language interpreter. My qualification does not say that I'm a deaf interpreter. My bachelor's degree says that I'm a sign language interpreter. That is the qualification that I have. So we often get asked this question, why do we give the specific label of a DI or a deaf interpreter when that's not the qualification that is specified by our work? We have to receive the same training, we need to have a qualification. So we don't have whether it says a DI or an HI on our qualifications. When we co-work in our blended teams, we have our build to trust, our working relationships. For those of you who are hearing interpreters working in teams and blended teams, we need to be aware that working in teams really is how we do our best work. Next slide. So we are working as one, as a shared team. Next. Keep clicking it down, there's a whole list. Now, not just anyone can be an interpreter, as many of us know. So if you are a deaf individual and you are wanting to be an interpreter, there are considerations you need to make to be able to do that work. You have to have some of these qualifications. Next slide. Next. Just in the interest of time. I want to give a bit of an overview on the ISAB, ISAAB overview, which is the International Sign Accreditation Advisory Board. So we have WFD and WASLI members that make up the ISAB team.
And I wanted to know, you said that you can level up every 5 years as an interpreter. A bit more about this, like how are you organized? Who's doing this? Is it you organized? Who's doing this? Is it... Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. So the panel consists of representation from the government because firstly they provide the funding for this to occur. Then we also have the representative from a college, a training college, and then the head of or someone who represents the deaf organization as well as the youth organization. So every 5 years they are evaluated and then their salary band is also adjusted accordingly.
Thank you. We'll now go to our second question.
Good afternoon. My question is, do deaf interpreters for say a job, a conference or something, it means that the deaf interpreter has to be accompanied by a hearing interpreter. Do that mean then you negotiate for two?
So in Lithuania, we have a system, but I know across the world, every country has its own way of compensating the interpreters. You can have a salary, or that will pay for an interpreting service. We have 10 hearing interpreters with one deaf interpreter, and we might have a project, a hearing interpreter. If it's maybe going a hearing interpreter, if it's maybe going to a pediatric appointment where a doctor needs to see a child, then they might want to have a deaf interpreter that can better understand that specific situation. There might be home sign language used by the situation. There might be home sign language used by the deaf child. They might not have gone to school and learned sign language. So it really depends on the situation and transfer skills, but we also learn to work together to provide a quality interpreting service.
Thank you so much, Arunas, for the presentation. Now, what we've learned is that we need to have good system quality service, and that includes training. So some of you may know me, my name is...
The webinar, and a great deal was learned during this webinar, that everyone should know. As you are aware, deaf-blind persons are a very diverse group. And they are persons with disabilities who use different communication methods depending on the level and type of their vision, as well as their hearing impairment. There are 4 main categories of deaf-blindness. I have noticed, though, that many sign language interpreters would focus only on deaf-blind persons with Usher syndrome, or on a deaf person who later acquire vision impairment and then use tactile sign. This is not sufficient. All sign language interpreters must engage in training and so acquire additional skills that are related to all 4 categories of deaf-blindness. They also need to know how to interpret in different contexts, in different situations. Look, the extra skills you need to be able to be a good deaf-blind interpreter. You need to understand the environment and additional skills to ensure real access. I would like Wesley and spaces, as well as indicating what meals are available, what food is on the plate, and where they are situated. Further guidance is also often required by a deaf-blind mentor to assist them in orientating into a new environment. So it's really important for me as a deaf-blind interpreter to be an ally of the deaf-blind community. Because as a deaf interpreter and a deaf person, I have specific needs, but I'm also very much aware of what the deaf-blind community needs for their communication. Next slide, please. Okay. To further explain, as a deaf-blind interpreter,
and to really encourage the training of deaf-blind interpreters in the country. And I'm just one person, so me working, I needed the support, and I wanted to have the deaf-blind community working in that training with me. And I don't know who everyone is in the community, so, and some of our deaf community members also aren't aware of all of the deaf-blind people in South Korea. So how could we have the best outreach? So from there, I went to the United States. This was our first overseas trip. So we went from South Korea all the way to the United States. It was 11 hours. A deaf-blind person sitting next to me. And so as the plane starts to take off and we're going through the flight, I saw my deaf-blind colleagues sitting there on the plane, and I realized I knew a little bit of ASL. And so I thought to myself, I think this is a good opportunity for me to practice, and I asked them for their consent. And so I practiced, hello, how are you? And so I asked if someone else wanted to, I then didn't have to interpret once we got there. And so that was an important relationship to see the different cultures and languages, but they were all able to come together and communicate. Next slide. In 2019, at the Korean Embassy, there was the revision of the Welfare of Persons with Disabilities Act. And so this was the government showing support to the term and the definition of persons with deaf blindness that was then incorporated into the law for the first time. So showing actual government support for deaf-blind Koreans. They had someone on television giving a speech, so everyone was able to see a deaf-blind person on TV and see this representation. So this helped build more awareness as well. We have a deaf-blind association. And this also helps individuals from their past experience who have experienced isolation, can then reach out to other deaf-blind community members and to foster those social networks. This is from the 2023 WASLI conference that was hosted in Jeju Island. I gave a presentation talking about my experience, and then we also had a deaf-blind Korean person presenting as well, who wanted to give their presentation in international sign. So 1 year prior to that, we practiced their presentation so that they would be able to do so. And I live 6 hours away from this person. So we did all of our practicing via Zoom, and there would be a deaf-blind interpreter with the community member, and I would be at my home via Zoom, and that's how we practiced 1 year prior to it, with the goal of them doing a 20-minute presentation for the entire WFD WASLI audience. So that was a very proud moment for me. Next year, we are looking forward to our next WASLI WFD conference. I hope you're all going. That's going to be in the United Arab Emirates in Abu Dhabi in 2027. So we're still planning, making the final logistical plans, doing some funding. We will have a group of deaf-blind Koreans in attendance as well. And we want to support other deaf-blind community members from other countries to attend. As I mentioned, in 2016, we had the camp with 5 deaf-blind community members. And this is in 2026, where we have 25 deaf-blind and 73 of the SSPs, or deaf-blind interpreters or support providers. Next slide. There's an image of an elephant. This is the sign for elephant. This is a photo of a baby elephant that is tied to a tree. So their front leg is bound to the tree, but as the elephant grows and gets bigger and bigger, they're not able to release themselves from the binding because they're still thinking, but even though they are big and strong enough to break the binding, they're still thinking back to that time when they were stuck to the tree. So this is a good analogy for deaf-blind. People feeling like it's impossible to leave their home because that's all they've known, and not feeling like they can actually break free of their bindings when in fact they can. And one way of doing that is having collaborations and support systems in place for interpreters and deaf-blind. Thank you for your attention. Anything, Joseph?
Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Musabimana. About communication, that is communication. If a deaf-blind is interpreting, if is a deaf-blind become deaf at the birth or after birth, that person who is blind, that is blindness, deaf-blind. For example, if you want to meet in the dining room, for example, if there is a maize there is a soup, and deaf-blind must know all of types of food which is there. And the next, you have to ask him or her, what do you want to eat? Maybe deaf-blind, he or she must say, I need a soup, or I need maize. It's him or herself to choose, not interpreter. So they have to interact each other. The time it's in the conference like this one, deaf-blind, you have to tell deaf-blind who's sitting there. By the time of the introduction, you can say, I'm Joseph, I'm Doug, and deaf-blind can hear people who are in the room. When it becomes the time of communication between deaf-blind and the hearing people, or the other people without disability. For example, we use tactile sign language or protactile sign language to communicate easily. Secondly, we use Braille. Maybe blind person, they use Braille to read. But for a deaf-blind, they only use tactile. But for the blind, they use Braille. But they use Braille to communicate effectively. For example, a person called Haben Gilm from America is a deaf-blind person. But he doesn't know tactile sign language. But his interpreter used what? Which kind of methods he used? He has a laptop, but when people said, hello, and his interpreter just type on that laptop so that deaf-blind can understand the question is asked like hello or good morning. Deaf-blind can also feel the message from the laptop so that the question asked by that person. So you have to know which interpreter to interpret to that person who is deaf-blind. The other method, the third one, HAPTC, PIC. It's a kind of communication or methods of communication. So if you want to smile, for example, I can touch on the shoulder of the person or I want to say, come here, I can touch on the shoulder of the person. So that's the kind of methods of communication with deaf-blind person. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to this team, the four of you, for this presentation. And because we are a bigger group presenting, thank you so much for your patience that it took a bit longer to complete. Thank you so much for everything you have shared with us today. It's really given us an insight into what you are doing, but also opens our mind to our deaf-blind communities in our countries. But we also need to look at how we can support our communities further. There are two languages here. It's Braille as well as sign language, which is experienced as tactile sign language. And in future, or rather in my next presentation, I will be speaking to the legal connection to deaf blindness and the right to have access to services. Thank you so much. We are unfortunately a bit over time, but I can allow one question, just one question. Oh, it's going to be a competition. Who was first? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm from Uganda. My question first, blind, maybe it can help them. Blind, maybe it can help them. What of those who are born deaf blind? Thank you.
Fura, how would you like to answer this question?
I think we'll have one more question before we continue with the answers. You may use your microphone there.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lucy the Light from Kenya. Mine is not actually a question, but it is a concern. Over the lunch break, I was able to interact with Furaha, and he explained to me in detail the challenges he's facing as a deaf-blind. Personally, I am not only a sign language interpreter, I am an advocate for persons with disability. And I felt the need to share the challenges that he is facing so that we as interpreters, we can see on how to help him. One of the major challenges which I got from him, I have a recording, a video recording on the same, him explaining the exact challenge is about, he has a lot of opportunity to travel abroad. Yes, I will shorten it. But unfortunately, I don't know what is happening with the country because he has been denied a visa 2 times to go to the United States. So the question to the Rwanda government representative who are here, what is it that you are doing to support him? The second thing, I appreciate what is done in the Western countries, and I kindly request on behalf of Furaha that you try and support him. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We cannot take any more questions, but please, if you can provide answers, thank you. You may continue.
Hello again. I'm happy to be with you again and to share our experiences. So, for example, what I want to inform you is that, for example, it's better that the parents should know tactile sign language, but if the parents doesn't know sign language, tactile sign language, the child and the parents could not communicate each other. For example, if I'm deaf-blind, if I need a food, I could not communicate with my parents to give food because there is barriers between me and my parents. For example, sometimes the parent, they can maybe put me or the child in the room without informing me what is going on in the house. And also another challenge is that there is no person we can be able to share our ideas so that we can be able to communicate each other. For example, if, for example, we need a kind of information related to sexual reproductive health, so that is another challenge as well, because we don't know the method of prevention, something like that, because there is no information get from our siblings or our parents. So it's up to the parents to learn tactile sign language so that we can be able or to treat like any other person. But the good thing, or what I can say, is that the parents, if once the parents know how to communicate with us, the people with blindness, so we can be happy so that we can be able to communicate with our parents and also our siblings, instead of left being there without any person to communicate with us, because there is communication barriers between us and our siblings. Yet, we are like any other person. If once we have interpreters, for example, and we can share with them information, so we can feel that there is no person who can be left behind. But if there is no interpreters who are qualified, so that is another challenge. So I can say that it is good, or it is better that all of us, we can learn tactile sign language so that we can be able to feel comfortable. And if, for example, another challenge we have is that there is no a place where maybe people without disability can learn tactile sign language so that we can be helped in communication between hearing people and the deaf-blind. So I can say that it is better for you to learn tactile sign language so that we can feel equally. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are out of time, and I've already been told that we have no more time left. We're already 10 minutes over our time. I know you are wanting to hear more information. Can we go talk to her? If you need more information, please approach Lydia personally, and she's more than happy to share more information with you. Thank you very much. Please make sure you go back to your countries and also see where you can support your fellow deaf-blind communities. Thank you very much. Please don't forget the children. They are the future. They are the foundation of our future. And Furaha was very fortunate that his parents saw the talent that he had and really supported him in his growth and being the man that he is today. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much for enlightening discussions. Thank you, the team. Thank you, everyone. Now it is time for the tea break, but I have one communique. Someone called Lydia. He should normally present for the next session. Is she around? No. Lydia Sumbuga. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I was signing, but for now, it's time to voice. Interpreters should have two types, voicing and if not, you should have, if you have a deaf interpreter, you should have also someone voicing, because the voice also is important for the deaf and the deaf blind. It's like a microphone for the deaf and the deaf blind. So for those who use deaf interpreters, they should also have the voicing one. So it's an announcement regarding to, as usual, we usually take tea break at these hours, but for today, we apologize that today we will not have. There is, yes, at this time, yes, okay. They told me that it is not yet, but for now, if it is ready, we can go to take it. I was informed that the tea break is not ready for now, but if it is ready, we can go to take it. After tea break, I think there is other presentations. Please, yes, there is some poster presentations out. You can go and reach out and see what other have been prepared about the poster presentations. We have different people with different presentations. So at the tea break, you can take, if it is juice or tea, you can take it and go to see the poster presentations that are hanged outside. So enjoy the tea break for the evening. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
different policies that committed to implement inclusive education. I can say special need and inclusive education policy of 2018 and education sector strategic plan of 2024 to 2029. All of those policies emphasize about equity, area identification, and teacher capacity building. About the progress toward inclusive education, we have a policy and the program achievement, and also we have organization, different contribution from organizations of persons with disabilities. About the policy and the program achievement, in Rwanda we have approval of Rwandan Sign Language Dictionary. We have also a number of teachers who are trained on special need and inclusive education. Now we have 15.6% of those teachers. We have also over 500 teachers who have skills on special need and inclusive education who were deployed in different schools. We have also in every school in Rwanda has what we call focal person, focal teacher, who is trained in inclusive education. Our Minister of Education have a project to roll out text books which is digital and contain some sign language. Also, in University of Rwanda, there is a combination of special need and inclusive education where students are trained on special need and inclusive education, and they have some skills on sign language. We have also different contribution of organizations of persons with disability, which contribute in advocacy for sign language. Also, there is a plan of African Deaf Christian College that is planning to implement, to train over 350 students annually on sign language. This university will start in Rwanda later this year. But also, even though we achieve more toward inclusive education, we still have some gaps or challenges. In Rwanda, we have shortage number of persons who are trained on sign language. Also, there is no national accreditation for sign language. There is also no database of all persons who were trained on sign language. Also, there is no official legal recognition for sign language. Also, we have a strong rural-urban inequalities. To receive the support from sign language interpreters. We have also a challenge because there is limited funding in sign language interpretation development. To prepare this presentation, I consulted different reports from different organizations that provide the support to people, to persons with disabilities. I use also case study of Jean-Claude, as I said in the beginning, and also I use the organization's report. From findings, I have seen that interpreters enable access and achievement in the development of sign language interpretation. Sign language interpreters may help to improve curriculum access to deaf learners. Also, sign language help deaf learners to return to school. Deaf learners return to school, succeed well, and achieve more from the support provided by sign language interpreters. Also, sign language interpreters help deaf learners to increase self-confidence and social inclusion. Here, I have a question asked, why interpreters are needed? Interpreters are needed because they help deaf learners to access sign language interpretation. Also, they help them to succeed academically. Also, sign language improve inclusion at school. And also, it is the right of deaf learners to be given the support from sign language interpreters. For the recommendations, the first one, as you have seen that sign language is not recognized legally, the first recommendation is to recognize Rwandan Sign Language. The second one is to professionalize interpreting, to provide the training in different people in order to have a bigger number of persons who are trained on sign language. The third one is to build a national interpretation workforce. And also, as we have seen that there is big rural-urban inequalities, it is very important to give the incentive for rural deployment of sign language interpreters. The fourth is to deploy certificated sign language interpreters, at least one to every school. The last one is to expand awareness, training, and support. To conclude, it is sign language is needed where there is deaf learners succeed, return to school, achieve more. But where there is no sign language, deaf learners excluded from school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We receive questions after. A round of applause to her for enriching presentation, improving inclusion to uplift accessibility. Now let me call upon Hilda. A round of applause to her. Thank you, welcome.
Good. Is it evening or is it still afternoon? It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Again, being one of the last few speakers of the day, I'm used to be standing here doing what my fellow ladies are doing here. So it's a bit nerve-wracking to stand here and see all of you from this here, but you look beautiful from up here. You look amazing. So to start on, my name is Hilda Murugi Njeru. I come from Kenya. Fun fact, do you know any fun facts about Kenya? Anyone? Anyone? The country with a national park in the middle of the city? You should visit. one of the things we do. So right into the gist of what I'm doing. So aside from being a sign language interpreter, from a passionate point of view, I work in a corporate company. And from that corporate, from that corporate, I have learned quite a lot of things which I would really like to share with us and partners to see how best we can improve the culture. And today I'll be speaking about how sign language interpreters can transform the workplace and the things that we can do, not just to be a tick box in the corporate, because I have been in that space where you have felt like a tick box, but to actually have impact in what we do. So pretty much we talk about education in the for young or deaf learners from when they go to school up until university, but we also need to really have conversations around how their success, whenever they go in the workplace, how is their life, how is their progression, how do things move on for them. And that is the gist of my conversation, because I have had deaf colleagues within the company that I work for, and I ask myself a lot of questions. Do they feel included? Is it just a tick box? Are we just saying we are inclusive? Whenever we have those diversity and inclusion sessions in the corporate space, are we just saying it or actually living it? So for me, the single question really over the years as a sign language has been, how can they feel part of the conversation? And that is what I am really passionate on speaking about. So for me, I have experienced meetings, next slide please. Meetings without interpretation, or when it's there, or there's that conversation around, you know, there's going to be a live transcription for you. So we really should have conversations around that, processes that really put people out. So it could be unintentional or innocent, but it still somehow ends up happening. We also look at digital platforms. I mentioned that I do work for a tech company. So whenever we have things like apps, are they accessible? Are they in a language that can be understood? Many a times you see apps that maybe speak to a language that is not very clear to the deaf. You know, how can we adapt it to a Kenyan sign language or an African sign language, or whichever country there is? How can we be able to adapt it so that they also feel part of the conversation? So inclusion is spoken about, but the real question really has to be, is it practiced? Next slide, please. So pretty much inclusion is really speaks about giving people access. Next, other than that, it really speaks about giving access. In my space, I have really seen a point where proximity really reveals the gaps. So aside from, you know, you as an interpreter, you get into the space, you do your role, and then you go. Then what next? It really has to do with making sure that you are an advocate for the deaf whenever they have questions in this corporate space. Yeah, make sure we need to really make sure that their voice is heard and not just seen for as a tick box in that point. As I spoke about advocacy. I also spoke about being a strategic partner, because whenever, for example, we are coming for solutions, we say there's nothing for us without us. So if we are coming up with solutions and they are part of it, it is important for the deaf voice to be heard, not just to be seen, to make sure that within the progression, because the whole point is for them, everybody, to succeed in whichever field that they're in, to be able to get to the top levels of success that they can be able to get to. So that really is the gist of what I do. We have had basic sign language training. Next, please. I seem to be a fast speaker. I am cruising through the slides. But speaks so much about some of the things that we've been doing. And really, this was something that we had picked from Vodacom essay. They had basic sign language training for you know, the deaf staff the deaf staff are the ones that were actually running the training for the customers or the staff that interact with other deaf customers, so that whenever, for example, a customer comes to the corporate space or a deaf person comes, there's at least that basic understanding that it's not the first thing. I'm not giving you a paper and a pen to write as the first thing without necessarily even greeting you first. So that gives inclusion of the deaf a sense of belonging, and we've done that. We've seen to it that at least there's some sense of connection. It's not ideal, and of course it is work in progress. We don't really speak of perfection, but we speak of the progress that has been seen through running at least basic sign language program where people can be able to interact with the deaf, not gatekeeping, you know, making sure that the smaller the number that can communicate with the deaf, the better. No, it's in opening it up and seeing more and more people get involved in the process. So we also have seen things about support in terms of onboarding processes. Next slide, please. Whenever, it's not just being an interpreter, like I said, we look at things in terms of things like onboarding processes. Whenever maybe the deaf get jobs, you're making sure that in my space, for example, really advocate for the smooth onboarding process. Whenever there are those performance reviews where maybe my boss is not deaf, so they may not really understand the nuances of what I would need to do or the kind of support that I would need. So making sure that conversations around performance reviews, training and development, because, you know, I've just gotten a job. There's much more that I can do. And if we're saying that the world is your oyster for every other person, then that should still be true for the deaf. Yes, we have to make sure that we include them in every single way or in every single framework, making sure that professional interpreters are strategic partners to not afterthoughts, like I said, whenever we are in conversations that need to be heard. And like I spoke on, going on next, it really has to do with collaborating among cross teams, making sure that inclusion is there, and not just on that front. It is in HR teams, it's in learning and development, it's in our inclusion, which I believe here we are a lot of partners that are in that space, in the diversity and inclusion space, making sure that we really advocate for the deaf people. Has to do with embedding accessibility whenever we are creating a customer journey, for example, or anything that anyone would need to do on a digital app. For example, anything, even if it's a mobile money app, for example, is there an inclusion thought that has gone into it? And of course, customer experience, that is very key whenever we talk about deaf customers and the experience that they get to feel, and our role as an interpreter in making sure that happens and making sure that smooth experience is gone. So next we are going to talk about technology and the role of tech. And someone here, there's a speaker here, I don't know if she was Ugandan. Yes, this lady. She spoke about how tech is going to take away our jobs and AI in the morning, yeah? And I would like to, I don't know if I can a bit respond to that. I don't think tech will take away our jobs in that sense. I don't know if it's a general feeling, but I do believe that there's quite a lot that we can do. It can use we can use it to be able to enhance the way, the ability, or the way in which we are, the quality of interpreters we are, the quality of work we do as deaf individuals. We can be able to use it to be able to enforce and do better with it without it necessarily taking our jobs away. But that's, of course, on a light note. So I spoke about AI-powered captioning. Yeah, I hope we are on that front, yes. And this is one of some of the feedbacks, and I don't know if the deaf have experienced it, whereby whenever we use closed captioning, sometimes the speaker, what is going to be written down there is not what the speaker is actually talking about. So sometimes it's not usually very clear, and so that is one of the things that AI can be used to make sure that it gets the natural human speech convention of a person such that it picks exactly what you're saying in a way that a deaf person can be able to understand, and not necessarily just translating maybe from English or whatever language the speaker is using. So that is one of the things that AI can be able to plug in. Of course, on video relay services as well, whereby people can be able to get access whenever everybody is like, call customer care, do this, but with innovations such as video relay services and accessible platforms whereby sign language is integrated and not just text, you can see how much technology has the potential of being used to make sure that the deaf or we create an inclusive world, not just for the deaf. So speak on that, we have an innovation that is going to be known as Jali, which is care in Swahili, and it's pretty much making sure that we are able to support, customers or people that are deaf that actually need services, and that is what I'm speaking on. There's a real innovation that I would really like to speak on. There was a Kenyan innovator. Next slide. His name is a gentleman by the name Eli Savatia. He actually won the African Prize for the engineering innovation for developing a service known as a TAP 360. It was an AI-powered app that translated speech into sign language, and it was using 3D avatars. So that was quite impressionable because there was, it was fulfilling a need that was need to be there. And he did win actually over £50,000 from the Royal Academy. So I use that, or I pick that as an example, not only for us here in the room, but also even for young people and everybody actually, because tech and us, our involvement is for everybody. Let us think outside the box to see how better we can be able to come up with ideas like what Ellie did, to see how best we can be able to use tech to amplify the human experience. So of course we have challenges. We know the deaf are brilliant in their own way, practical ideas. And the reason why I'm always so passionate about involving the deaf in the practical ideas, it really has to do with the fact that they are speaking from a lived experience. It's not an idea. It's not something that I'm thinking about or thinking or imagining of how it could work out. For the deaf, it's an actual lived experience. So if I'm coming up with a solution, I am doing so on the precipice of it is what I go through on a daily basis. So I feel, so the deaf really, we're able to reach out to customers, we're able to create awareness about sign language, and I believe I speak, is my time done? Okay. I'll cruise through. So I'm talking about making communication friendly and not intimidating, and also embedding sign language on every step of the way. So it is through structure, investment, and through championing. And making sure that we in the room here and having conversations like this actually see what we can to make it happen. Next slide, please. No, next two, actually, as I wind up. Yeah, next one. Next, please, call to action as we end. Yes, what needs to happen next? Top of my mind, involve deaf early. Not at the end, not at the point where we've created a product, and then towards the end we're thinking, is it inclusive enough? Did we figure things out? Did we incorporate how a blind user is going to use this, service? So always make sure that we're really advocating for policy to make sure that there's that conversation. We don't wait for complaints that, hey, this is not working for us to be able to do that. Also investment in training, we can never understate the importance of that. The importance of training, even if it's basic sign language, so that more people can be able to speak more towards the deaf. Empowering deaf-led awareness initiatives, and that actually speaks to bringing all of us to the table. And finally, we treat inclusion as a living practice. So it's not just a statement on the wall where we say we are inclusive enough, it is what we feel, experience, and remember. Next slide, please. Oh, that's it. That's it for me. Yeah. Yeah, so I think I'm going to end it there. Thank you so much for your time. In case there are any questions, perhaps she can take us through. But thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. A round of applause. We are now going to receive only 2 questions.
What if in a place there is no anyone who knows sign language and somebody can't and they can't talk to the deaf person and the child can't talk to the teacher to what's wrong?
And the question is addressed to, we have two presenters.
Yes.
Rachel.
What if in a place there's nobody who knows sign language and people there can talk to a child who doesn't know sign language and the child can tell the teacher what's wrong?
Thank you very much. I think it is connected to the story I was taught about, where the child went to school, but the teachers are not able to support him. There is no teacher who knows sign language, and then the child dropped out. I think it is very important that to school there must be someone who can help a child in order to avoid exclusion. Our story, our boy Jean-Claude was excluded because there is no someone to help him. But through the commitment of his brother to be trained on sign language, Jean-Claude stayed to school and performed well. I think this is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next question. Okay.
Okay, thank you for another opportunity. So my question is directed to Murugi. And now that she's in tech company, there are a lot of applications that are coming up, especially in Kenya. We have apps meant to help the deaf. But when you try to get the feedback from them, it's that they do not fully benefit from the application. As an expert, apart from including them, and the challenge which we usually have of not having a standardized Kenyan Sign Language, what advice can you give to ensure that those who are coming up with applications, for instance, where I come in, the organization I do represent, which is Kenya Revenue Authority, they do they're in the process of developing an app, but how will we ensure that it fully benefits all the deaf? Thank you.
Oops. Thank you very much for that question. You said your name is? Lucy. Yeah, that's a pleasure to hear from you, Lucy. So to answer you, like I said, I will retaliate what I mentioned on involving the deaf. The moment you involve them, I hear you about them not feeling involved, especially with regards to digital apps that are involved when it comes to that, but you cannot have a framework for having change without involving the deaf as to what has to happen. Like in my lived experience, sometimes the apps or the digital platforms are in a different language, a language that the deaf do not understand. So now we have to sit in those conversations and involve them in those conversations to see to it that it is beneficial. It could be a great, shiny solution, but it, of course, excludes everyone. And if it does, then it doesn't meet the point. It doesn't meet the threshold. So having the conversations by involving the deaf at that point of view from the planning stages and seeing to it that aside from that involvement, there is a follow through. In terms of a standardized Kenyan Sign Language, I would like Leonida to speak a bit on that in terms of the standardization and what that would look like. But in terms of what you asked about, involving the deaf is most important. She had some insights, so I'm going to ambush you a bit, my dear.
I will respond to her personally. Our time is not in our side.
Thank you very much. For other questions, you can meet presenters individually. So, for other questions, you meet presenters. Okay, thank you very much. Now let me invite Mr. Joseph to tell us about the dinner so that also you have time to refresh yourselves and dress up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. How was the day? Huh? Perfect. When it is perfect, in Ugandan Sign Language, how do you do that? Perfect. Kenya? It's there, perfect. South Africa? Perfect. How do you sign perfect? Okay. In Ethiopia? Perfect. The sign of perfect. Zimbabwe? The sign of perfect. Okay. Wow. So we are at the end of the sessions of today. I think everybody enjoyed the presenters and their presentations. I have seen that many people were motivated with the presentations, especially the last paper presentations. I have seen some people were raising questions, but I think you will continue to explain to them to know more. So for the program of today, I think the technician tomorrow, make sure that we have a warm-up music. We are not in the church. You have to bring a warm-up music for people to enjoy. As you see, the weather is not good. You have to bring a music for people. So we have, as we informed before, we have the program of Garadina. I guess all of you are ready. To be ready is to be on the list to go and visit the tall man called Laurier, the one who is registering people to attend to Garadina. It will be a good moment. I told you in the morning, there are some people who want to greet one another, who want to know more about one country to another. There are some people who want to go and meet with a deaf-blind person or other speakers or presenters. So please be there. It will be on the rooftop of this hotel. You know, most of you. Okay. Laurier? Where is Laurier? Okay. Be ready for people who want to pay. It's not for free. People, they have to pay. The second announcement related to that, also, I see how you are dressed. You are dressed like people who are in the conference. But for those who can attend the gala dinner, it's possible to go to change their dresses depending on how you want to. Yes. So I think, you know, when it is gala dinner, it is a place where you go to enjoy. It's not a place like this conference. So go to change your dresses if you want. If not, if it's not possible, no problem. But we wish you to have a good gala dinner. I think all of you, we meet to the rooftop. The time is 6:30 p.m. up to 9 p.m. All of us will be there. Thank you very much. Enjoy your gala dinner. Thank you. Roriye, Roriye, Roriye. Come on. Sit here. For those who have already paid, come and take a voucher to this man. Voucher, like a ticket. Yes, yes. Come and take your ticket. Okay. Thank you very much. Done. See you tomorrow morning. For those who will not be in gala dinner, for those who are together with us in gala dinner, see you. Thank you.
Thank you, and keep the momentum. Today, you were very active.